Good evening, or afternoon, everybody. It's Saturday afternoon, my friends, and I am ready to go here. Get some coding, do some coding today. Let me mute some things here. Wish I could see the volume level. That being off the screen here, I guess I can put that over there or something. We're gonna go next track there. I don't think we need a kazoo track. I haven't listened to all of these tracks yet, so we'll have some interesting things to look forward to, I suspect. Anyway, hopefully there'll be something different for a change. There's a whole other bit of music here that I'm trying out today as background stuff. What is the 33% there? Yeah, I guess that's fine for now. As long as it doesn't override too much. Alright, where am I at? What am I doing? Let's bring this screen up here. Hello, everybody. Hello. It is Saturday, as I said. I am trying out new stuff, new music, which I listened to like one or two of them, and I was like, this sounds like a pretty good thing, so I just bought the whole album, this whole discography, which had like 500 something odd tracks in it, so we'll see how this goes. They're all like fantasy themed and background ambience stuff, so we'll see how all that happens. Anyway, today I have not gotten really anything done off camera because I've just been too busy, but I do have some things I need to tackle. I mean, first of all, we need to actually get cores to behave, but I'll kind of put that to the side for a little bit, because in getting that to work, I also want to get a content security policy header working too. So those are two really kind of separate but similar things. Obviously we want to get some internationalized strings in there, which I don't think is going to be too bad, but I just need to see how it works, how it integrates with Thymeleaf more than anything else. And what I want to do, I brought over the two-factor auth stuff, because as I was looking at, I was under the impression that Spring Security had two-factor auth stuff just out of the box, and it doesn't look like it, based on some Google searching and stuff. It doesn't look like that's actually the case. It looks like I have to actually implement my own authentication adapter that plugs in to Spring Security if I want to do multi-factor authentication. So given that we just got that like default implementation that comes out of the box working, I figured I better bring this forward now, because this would be a good time now to make this adapter, because then I can just, I have something that works. I can make the adapter just work with what we have, and then I can change it to work with the two-factor time-based, or as we call it, TOTP, time-based one-time authentication codes. So that's kind of what I'm gonna work on right now, because that's also going to involve like database stuff too, because we're probably going to introduce some new columns and things, and get that all up and working. And I think the first thing I want to start with is getting the, do I have it still open here somewhere? I don't think I do. I want to get the get a decent implementation of it going. So let's see, Spring Security DOT. Factor off of Spring Security. I think this is the one I was looking at. So, all right. So I gotta bring the library in, obviously. User, yeah, okay. Login parameter. Web authentication details. Authentication details first. Web authentication. Here's the custom authentication provider. I wanted the I guess it needed the other stuff in order to go with the login form. Web authentication details source. Okay. All right, so I need a couple things here first. First of all, it's going to be optional as all. So if I look at users here. Oh, the other thing is too, I need to get onto a more production-worthy password thing too. Active users. Okay. So, first things first. Before I get too far ahead of myself, let's look at the passwords. Because right now we're using, I think, the deprecated password stuff just because I wanted to just get it working. So, web is where do I put that? Security here. Yeah, we're using the default password encoder. So, and I probably won't need all of these either if I implement my own thing here. Where? Well, I'll probably need a version of this. Go. Depending on what happens, I don't know. We'll have to see how this plugs in with their security manager stuff. So first thing I want to do. Let's get that volume down a little bit. There we go. Let's do security password password generator. Password handling. Password hashing. Yeah. And password handling, password encoders. Install generator. PVKDF2 password encoder. Data. Playground 2 is the password hashing competition winner. Oh, that's from Bouncy Castle. Yeah, I guess that would make sense. Bouncy Castle is used a lot for this kind of thing. Details service. They're actually implementing their own user details service. Web security. So here's the authentication provider we were seeing earlier. Password encoders, the user details service. They're giving it their own user details service, which makes sense because then you're just doing it yourself, implementing this stuff yourself, which I think is probably better anyway. A little less wordy too. Password, we're doing bcrypt. Password. User registration, yeah, that's fine. Work factor. This is where we should increase the work factor password encoding for existing applications. Password. Better hardware. We can increase where that's this guy. The work factor. User details password service. Okay. Okay, so basically implementing all the different things there. This is good. This is a good overview of things because then I know what all the interfaces I need to implement. Feed it, base detail, service, password encodings. Navigating, okay, calculate optimal work factor. About 1 second. Okay. The password encoder take about 1 second to verify the password. So the advantage using the bcrypt password encoder is that I can just call that. Calculate strength there. I would imagine. Imagine this would work too. Is it? I wonder if they have any information here. We're down to 2. Well, this is a dereference implementation. I guess Bouncy Castle probably has this one. Oh, here it is. The problem with calling your library something common. Implementation 509. They have photography API, blah blah blah. All, yeah, they have the MIT license. Documentation. We have Argon. Private main package. Um, sure. Okay. Which I'll probably need for other things, but how about this in one? What library? Okay. We got ES. There it is. Argon 2 generator. Okay, so generate byte, password byte out. Parameters. Wonder if they have a healthy castle Argon 2. Tech overflow to the rescue, eh? Argon 2. Security source code on GitHub. Bring security crypto uses bouncy castle for Argon 2 password hash. Oh, so Spring Security crypto. I wonder if this is still, because this is 5.2.0. So password is valid. Do optional compile and 1602. Is that 02? That seems earlier than what I'm using. Oh. Oh, I already, okay, Spring Security Crypto is already here. Okay. Spring Security config, go to, alright. Okay, so I already have it. If I already have that, then all I need to do, I suspect, is to do that password encoder. Length, hash length, parallelism, memory, iteration. So all I have to do. Hey, Mytho, welcome. Welcome. All I have to do then is where do I do the password? So I do blah blah blah, build using details. I'm doing good. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Make it big. This is really small. So here's my font a little bit bigger. Like a zoom. There is toggle. There we go. Oh, control plus plus. I'll explain it. Control plus plus. Control plus plus. Ah, there it is. That's better. So everyone can see what I'm looking at. That's good. I'm glad you're doing okay. Glad you're doing okay. Project's going pretty good. Just most of the time has been spent just so I wasn't sure how far you're gonna take. Yeah, no, it's doing pretty good. It's I'm mostly in the getting the project set up phase right now. I've been doing a bunch on the RTMP side of things, like the ingest stuff, trying to get that together, but I've been doing that off camera mostly. But on like the main website stuff, it's been like just getting the basics in there, getting Spring set up, getting all the libraries set up that I want, and all that stuff. That's been mostly the challenge, which is funny because that's like, it takes up so much time, and then once you get it all in there, it's like suddenly it's off to the races. You can just start really running. So yeah, it's been pretty good. Been pretty good. So yep. That's weird. Did Kick stop you from typing Twitter? Is that what happened there? That's weird. You've been learning Java over the past few months. Not a huge fan of it, but it seems alright. I mean, that's about par. That's about par on course. Yeah. It's I mean, I like it because I've used it for so long at this point. You know, it's one of those things where you get so used to a thing, you just it becomes part of you. You know what I mean? Um, I also like it because yeah, it doesn't do a whole. There's a lot of boilerplate stuff you have to do, but um, it's got all the tools and stuff. Like I see a lot of these newer languages and stuff that just don't have very good tools with them yet, like debugging tools and IDEs and stuff like that. So I like having all that. I like having all that at my fingertips where I can just go and get stuff. You know, I have editors that actually help help me find code quickly and all that stuff. And Eclipse isn't the best of IDEs, but it has a lot of nice stuff that I like. I like it's got, to my eyes, a cleaner look than IntelliJ. I know everybody really likes IntelliJ, but I've struggled with it, and I'm eventually going to struggle with it once I do, if I do the mobile version of this, which I plan on doing. But yeah, the nice thing about this is it's just been it's just for funsies, you know, like I don't have any real super big overarching plans for it. I just kind of want to do it as a fun little side thing and then just put it out there. You missed your keyboard shortcuts? Seem kind of slow. VS Code. Yeah. Well, and I mean, I have the keyboard shortcuts all down pat in here already. You know, but it's like they are kind of weird at times. Like if you want to change something, you have to do like Control 2, is it? And then R, like assign to field, quick assist, you know, all this stuff. You know, I like my control click though. I can control click and get implementation and declaration and all that stuff. So there's some things that are good, or some things that are not so great. The thing that keeps me coming back to Eclipse though is like the source generation stuff. Like I can generate getters and setters and hash code equals and all that stuff, overriding methods, and then I can also refactoring in Eclipse is really good. Highlight a thing and say extract method or extract class or whatever, and it does a pretty darn good job of it. That's not to say that IntelliJ and others don't do a good job of it, but I've always kind of liked the way Eclipse just kind of pulls things out, does a good job as it can with it and all that stuff. That's really nice when you're going through and you're like, all right, this method's way too long. Let's just grab this part and make another private method or something. You had no idea those existed. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff just kind of hidden under the covers here. Converting local variables to fields, extracting constants, you know, all kinds of stuff. You can kind of just type along, and then as you go back and you look at something like, that should be a constant, you just highlight it, boop, extract constant, boom, done, you know? Encapsulate fields, introduce a factory, like they got some patterns in here, factory patterns and stuff. It's pretty good. This other, the problem is I have some plugins in here, and there's another one that introduces another source menu. So I always keep ending up going to the wrong source menu when I want to do stuff. But so, you know, it's still got its jankiness. But I like it. I also like the being able to split windows easily. Like if I need to compare and contrast two files, like I can just drag this window and just bring it down either halfway or sideways or long ways, and then I can just kind of compare and contrast that way, you know, rather than having to. Or I'm sure there's easy ways to do that in other editors, but it's like the drag and move is pretty good, from my opinion. So yeah. yeah, so you know, a lot of that good stuff, a lot of that good stuff there. How did they introduce the password encoder in here? I think it was details. Oh, for the authentication provider. I see. Okay, so they do just a authentication provider. And then you set the password encoder in there. So that would be okay. That's interesting. Yeah, Kik has a bit of a problem at times too. Yep, I would say so. That is done. That's weird. So anyway, we got that. I don't know, people like to just come in and get banned for some reason. I don't know why that is. They don't have an API. Yeah, I know. It's there is some someone there are some chatbots. I don't know how they got access to API. I don't know how they're doing it, but there are a few. I did see a few people using some. I don't know if the API is just not fully published yet, or they're using an alpha or something, or they're scraping it. Yeah, something like that. They might be just doing some scraping to do that. But, yeah. Interesting. I don't know. I don't get that. There are people who just like to get banned for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why that is. That's a weird, like, go out and touch grass situation. You know what I mean? That's really strange. But yeah, I'm waiting for Mix It Up bot to support Kik, because that'll be good, because I can get all, because I don't really want to use a different one. I'm using Mix It Up for all the other ones, you know. I do a You're not doing anything with it. Really not a fan of the platform. Identical Twitch clone with worse problems. Yeah. I mean, I'm trying it out to see how things go. I think more of the question is what kind of staying power does it have, right? Like, at some point they're going to have to start really enforcing EOS and enforcing all kinds of rules and stuff if they want to get advertising and things going. And it remains to be seen. And of course, and a lot of people, there's also you see a lot of people on Twitter like, look at all this money I'm making and all this stuff. And every time you look at their screenshots, it's all like hundreds of gifted subs, but like maybe 10 or 20 normal subs. I'm like, what happens when all those gifted subs dry up, right? Like, are they going to still be hanging around? Are they going to go back to Twitch? What are they going to do? You know, so that's an open question there too. And not to mention the fact that, like, I have no idea what they're going to do with their actual front end. Like, I assume they have, you know, features planned, like having like actual mods and stuff like that. I haven't been on like their Discord or anything like that, so I haven't seen any of their plans or what they're trying to do. but it's interesting that my understanding, they're using AWS IVC as the back end. So basically they're using Twitch's back end, the interactive video service, IVC, whatever. So that's why they have like clips and VODs and transcoding and all that stuff right out of the box, because they're just using basically the Twitch back end ingest stuff via Amazon. So they're actually funding Amazon while they're doing their own thing too. So I don't know. Never about the money. People suddenly forget. Yeah, oh yeah, no, it's never been about the money for me either. But then again, I have a good day job, so I don't. It's never really been about the money for me. It's just something to do, like a hobby, you know. But there's no love lost from me. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's a, you know, maybe they'll do something, maybe they won't. I mean, we've seen this path before where they get big names, you know, a service gets big names to sort of back them. And they get popular because of that, but people come to see the big names and they don't stick around for the smaller ones. Kick's been kind of bucking out a little bit in that some of the love is being spread. There's a lot of smaller people kind of joining together and trying to keep it, you know, trying to boost each other, legitimately boost each other, not like follow for follow stuff. There's a lot of that still, but like I'm not talking about that. I'm talking like legitimately watching each other and chatting and all that stuff. So from that end, I think there's a lot of smaller streamers that are kind of making the platform their own, despite the loud squeaky wheels. You know. But again, it all comes down to, like, you know, what happens when in a year time or 2 years time, when those contracts are up for renewal and all those squeaky wheels want, you know, more money. You know, what happens then? Are they going to get shown the door? What's going to happen? But right now, I am neither pessimistic nor optimistic. I'm just kind of somewhere in the middle, where I'm like, yeah, just give it a try. Why not? Maybe something comes of it, maybe something doesn't. But I've always been kind of like that. I've tried a lot of different sites. And, you know, when SharePlay starts up, I'll try that too. You know, and then keeping my eye on like Arena and things like that. I don't think Arena's there yet. I'm not entirely convinced that they have a good direction. But, you know, I'm just keeping my eyes open. It doesn't hurt me at all, because my whole stick is just to get out there and just be whatever entertainment I can be, with the limited entertainment qualities I have. So, yep. On there. Okay, so we do here. So I need to do a authentication provider. Oh, well, okay. I can do a piece of that there with that one. I haven't streamed for months. I've been too busy. Yeah, I get that. I'm at that point right now with the day job where it's like we're getting ready to do production release in 2 months, so I'm like deadline city trying to get things done. So I've been kind of busy on the side too, like doing a little bit here, a little bit there with streaming, but mostly just kind of trying to keep the focus where it needs to be. So I hear you on that. What am I looking for here? This is what I am for. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, so I hear you there. Been a thing. It's been a thing. So if I do a application provider, I think they just return, yeah. And this one takes from a user detail service, and this one, I need the provider. Okay, that's like, why is there two of them here and it's not? It's configurer and provider. Okay, the provider. And then it was the encoder instead the user detail service would have to read. So we'll say provider, password encoder, house service. Okay, and then so this user detail service. Right now I'm pulling in the default ones. Now I'll do my own, but before I do that, let's do the password encoder. So how do password encoder, blah blah blah. Okay. Wait, does that have to be? I don't even think that has to be public. Well, they made it a bean. I guess it's worth making it. Password encoder. And I guess we want Argon 2. What's the Argon 2 thing at? Over here. Argon 2 password encoder. Is Spring the web server framework? Sort of. Spring is really the so the web server itself is Tomcat, or whatever you want it to be. The so there's a servlet container, and then there's the framework. So the servlet container that's running everything is Tomcat in this case. Web Spring framework is essentially the thing that answers all of the incoming requests. Well, it's basically a wrapper around all of the servlet, as it were. So in the world of servlet stuff, like Tomcat's handling all the HTTP parsing and the requests, and then it calls the servlets, or it calls a dispatcher servlet, and that dispatcher servlet is Spring, and Spring then looks at the incoming request and says, okay, you go here to this controller, you go to this controller, you go to that controller, blah, blah, blah. And then that's where the MVC stuff comes in, the model view controller stuff comes in from there. So yeah, Spring is just kind of like Tomcat's doing the basics, and then Spring does the rest of the stuff. You're going to try it next week. You initially thought it was a desktop app framework. Well, Spring is all over the map sometimes. Because you have Spring Boot, which is the thing that they're pushing the most, and I absolutely hate because it's they're like, yeah, just do Spring Boot for everything. And Spring Boot you can actually run as a fat app without a server, right? So you can actually have it where it does all the Spring does all the what do they call it? I've drawn a blank. It does the bean dynamic beans. What is that called? Why am I drawing a blank on this? It's been so long since I've had the Spring framework. How do they call it? Dependency injection. That's what it is. Yeah. So Spring at its heart, at its most basic, is a dependency injection framework, which means that whenever I create a class, for instance, these are annotating with the word bean, and I've got auto wired here. And if I look at a controller, I've got a lot of annotations here on this controller. But basically, the dependency injection stuff, yeah, Nest.js for TypeScript uses that a lot. Yeah, yeah, so like the dependency injection stuff is basically, rather than me go and create a, say new, go to a class and say, I want a new class A, new class B. What Spring will do is it'll fire up and it'll look at all the classes that have been annotated, and it will create an instance of all those classes, a singleton. And then all you have to do in all your classes is say, hey, I want an instance of this class here. I want an instance of that class there. I want it wired into me. And Spring will go and just grab you its singleton and just give you a reference to that, and just keep passing references into your classes. It's like in C, if you were to do if you had a structure of pointers, and it was just constantly giving you a pointer to some memory reference somewhere. And that's basically what Spring does. And you can tell it to do, like, by default, it does everything as a singleton, which means there's only ever one instance of a bean sitting around in memory that's reused. But if you have state or something that you need it to store, you can also do prototype scope, where it will, every time somebody requests that bean, it will create a new bean for you, a new instance for you, stuff like that. That's what Spring is in a nutshell. So that's why Spring Boot allows you to use Spring just as, without a servlet container or anything like that. It just runs as a regular application from the command line. The Spring Web stuff basically takes that and brings it into from Fat Apps back to servlets, so it can run on a servlet container like Tomcat or Jetty or something like that, and does the whole thing there. So whenever your war file is expanded and Tomcat starts to process things, Spring fires up in the background and starts looking through the annotations and spinning up beans and all that stuff. At decorators, controllers, and services. Yeah, it's pretty much, it is pretty much that. Like this is basically saying this is a controller. It's mapped to the root, and this is saying this is a get HTTP get method that's mapped to /login. So whenever someone goes to, blah 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 /login, they'll come into this controller, and I will send them to the login view, quote unquote, which ends up being login.html, but it could be anything, right? And then that's all mapped through the view controllers and all that stuff. And then I've added to the model an error parameter, so if you try to log in and you fail and it comes through here, I could put a message up if I wanted to. I don't have one. Things like that. Yeah, it just it helps to wire up all of these things for you. And then Spring has gotten to a point now where it will do some even more basic wiring. Like normally I would need a web XML that would describe all the servlets and everything else, but now Spring just kind of writes it for you. It also, you specify like, I have static resources. I have static resources under the JS folder. I have static resources under CSS, things like that. And it tells you where to find them and to use, in this case, I'm using the encoded resource resolver, which can allow it to use gzip and all that stuff in there when it serves them up. And here's the template engine I'm using, and where to find all the templates at and all that stuff. So it's all like you're configuring it. You used to have to configure all this stuff in XML, and now they've kind of pushed it to where you configure it all in Java now, which has its pluses and minuses. So it's a big behemoth, and the documentation for it is really hit or miss. really, really hit or miss. Like it's hard sometimes to find good documentation if you're not doing, like, even if you're doing the Spring Boot stuff, which by and large tries to do things for you and just says, oh, here's a properties file that you just set things in, which is why I don't like it so much, because it pulls in all kinds of things that I may not even care about, and I just wanted only the things I really want. But if you tried to do things without Spring Boot, you run into the situation I'm running into where I have to figure out how to configure things without it, and it's their documentation is not good, and it's hard to find things that aren't out of date and all that fun stuff. So that's where my struggle has been to this point, really, with a lot of this. Looks pretty good for building an API. Yeah, I mean, that's the one nice thing. Like, once you get all the basic, once you get all the basic framework set up and configured, it becomes really easy to just do API stuff and do whatever you need. It's just getting to that point where everything's set up and everything's working the way you want it to, and the headers are coming through the way you want them to, and all that stuff. That takes some effort. Okay. So, what did I want for font length, hash length? If I do, I have for all the parameters in the results stream. Import. I guess I can go with what they have here. This seems good enough. 16 byte salt, 32 byte hash length, 4K memory, 3 iterations. That seems reasonable, so I guess I'll do that. Uh, 16, 32, 1, 4092, 3. Seems reasonable for right now. Is that really all? Just return the encoder. I think that's also, I can just do that. And that out of there. Alright. You still set this. Password. Folder. And then I just have to come up with user detail service, which right now is this. But all right, Mytho, thanks for dropping by. Have a good meal. And what else do we have here? So, do implementation of the details service. Or I could actually, for right now, I can just do. Well, I need the DS, right? Service. Is that how they add this here? They just pass the data source in. I can just pull it. Right, there's going to be a service. So, and the mapper and all that stuff. Yeah, because they're doing like load user by username. User detail. What is the user details? This user details mapper must be a Spring security thing. Along with user credentials. All right. Well, let's get that rolling here. I guess I'll need. Well, I was going to need a DAO anyway for it, so. What is it? What is the name of it? Users. Last user DAO. I wonder if I should make a. Probably should. I'll make another pack here. AO. 30. User authentication. AO. There. What do I put in the test date? I do. I just pull JVC template in, right? Right. Okay. Just making sure about that. Okay, and user that. What do I have here? Let's see something. I think that's good. All right. Anyway, what we got going on? Let's see. Let's get. Columns first, probably. Let's just grab those. There's going to be more than what I have right now, but that's fine. Name and okay, so that well, I'll need a store this in. Let's go second. Actually, probably common. We'll say common and Pojo. Oh wait, they did like a user thing. User credential. User credentials, user details. Are there actual things? Let me see here. User details provides core user information. Translate into authentication objects. This allows non-security related user information. Stored in a convenient location. No, I want user. After for target data DC, apply the specified user credentials. No. User details. Does not seem like the thing I want. I mean, maybe it is. But it seems like it's user details from this set says implementations are not used directly by Spring Security for security purposes. They simply store user information which is later encapsulated into authentication objects. Allows non-security related user information to be stored in a convenient location. Tells user. User cache. Cache of user details object. This is saying this allows non-security related user information to be stored in a convenient location. It's non-security related. But then where do I put the... Is that user then? Models core user information retrieved by a user details service. Developers may use this class directly, subclass it, or write their own user details implementation from scratch. But this implementation is not immutable. It implements the credentials container interface in order to allow the password to be erased after authentication. This may cause side effects if you're storing instances in memory and reusing them, so make sure you return a copy each time it is invoked. Credentials container. Credentials container interface. Indicates that the implementing object contains sensitive data which can be erased using the erase credentials methods. Implementations are expected to invoke the method on any internal objects which may also implement this interface. Users who are writing their own authentication provider implementation should create and return an appropriate authentication object there, minus any sensitive data, rather than using this interface. Their own authentication provider, create and return an appropriate authentication. Authentication represents the token for authentication request or authenticated principal once the request has been processed. Authentication will usually be stored in a thread local security context managed by the security context holder. So authentication can be achieved without using one of Spring Security's authentication mechanisms by creating an authentication instance and using the code. Okay. You have authenticated principal. Implementers typically provide their own representation of a principal. This interface allows implementers to expose specific attributes of their custom representation. This is weird. So what do they actually want? Like user credential. Wouldn't that be, so user credentials, wouldn't that be closer to what I already had here with a manager? We have user details. Let's see, this even uses like user detail stuff. Which doesn't seem like that should be the correct way to do it. But how does the actual authentication... Where's that at? User detail service. Authentication provider. Provider, and then, oh yeah, I mean that's user registration, but what is this? He does authentication details. Build details. They're extending DAO authentication provider. I wonder why that is. So they're doing that. They have their own user repository. So it's ports, username, password, authentication token. And then they pass in their user details first. Where is that? Where do they bring in the user detail to? authentication details, I guess. I mean, what would be the purpose of... UFA secret... It doesn't seem like there'd be any reason to keep the... What's this? Username, password, authentication token. Like, to keep the password even around in memory, there's no real reason, right? Password, authentication token. User results. Get authority. Authenticate from auth. Where is that? Authenticate details. Oh, it's passed in. Okay. Okay, so that's just passed in from the form when they type in their username and password and their one-time thing. Hey, Steady Cuber, welcome. Oh, let me think. If that brings the authentication and really all the user class needs is, that's why they're doing, so user details is fine. It's just don't put anything in user details that is sensitive, which there wouldn't be much of anything there, I guess. Because there's no reason. I mean, the only thing I'd have to keep around is their ID of the logged in person, and I guess, yeah, and whether they have 2FA turned on, I guess. That would be about it, probably. So if I did the user details that they had here, user details mapper. Is there a user details mapper here? What's manager? Oh, create new users. New detail. No, I don't see one of those. That bothers me that they have this example here and it's like they don't actually have the other things implemented in their example. Weird. So that's the authentication provider, right? Database user details, that user details service. So I guess let me just implement user detail service for a moment and see what that actually has. Where do I want to do that at? I want to do here. Do backend security. And I'll say detail service. User details. Users details password service too. Oh, there is a user details service. Wait. I'm confused here. What are they doing here then? Oh, they're implementing user detail service. Okay. That's what it is. All right. So, do and we'll say user details service. And that's it, just the load user by username, huh? Security relate user information to store convenient location. So what good is that? I mean, obviously we're loading the user by username. What good does that do me? Do user details. User details mapper to user detail. User credential. I think the user credentials, if I'm not mistaken, are the ones that automatically delete themselves. User credentials. Nope. User details builder. Which is what I'm using on the other side, but I don't want to use a builder for it. I want to. I mean, I guess I could use a builder for it because I'm just grabbing it from the database, but this doesn't make any freaking sense. Let's try. What do they do here? Web authentication details, reconfig. So they're doing the custom authentication provider so they can do the OTP stuff, which is fine. I should probably just do that, I guess. Hmm. Authentication tokens. That's custom web authentication details. Source. Web authentication details. Which we then push into the authentication details source. For form login. Okay. Okay, so let's do this first. Custom web authentication details source. So, because this is getting confusing here as to what I actually need and what I don't need. Because I feel like some of this information I've dug up here is probably for older versions of Spring Security and not for what I'm looking for. Hey, Zero, welcome. Hope you're doing well. I guess I put that here. Backend security. Yeah, I guess that's where that would go. So hex. What am I doing here? Web authentication details. Just got back from camp up north. I'm doing good. I'm doing real good. Been a relatively quick week. I've tried to get as much done as I can, but pretty good. You know, it's weather is freakishly warm, but other than that, everything's going well. What we got here? Oh, you know what? I forgot to. That explains a few things. In my speed to try to like get things set up for the stream today for the new music and stuff, I forgot to do a refresh. There we go. Now chat should show up there. Took Thursday and Friday off. Oh, good. Yeah. I have. I think. Yeah, I have this next Friday off myself. Take a nice long weekend every so often. Is good. just for the sake of having one, not for any like real purpose other than just having a little break from the monotony, you know. You take days off work so you can do more work. Depends on if you're swapping one type of work for another type of work, I guess. Oh man. Oof. Excuse me. I am doing Authentication details sourced. Is that what it is? Servlet request. Web authentication details. Yeah, okay. Servlet request. Details. Yeah, you took the old propane stove apart and trailer and put the platform for new wood stove putting in. Oh, there you go. Oh, that's good. Is that a you trying to do one of those well, I guess that's not a stove. That would be a fire pit. I was just, for some reason, I was thinking of like the smokeless fire pits where they try to put enough air holes that, you know, doesn't have that much smoke coming off of it when you burn the wood. But I guess for a stove, it doesn't matter. The smoke is part of it. the smoke makes the food better. That would be a rocket pit. Well, you gotta get you gotta get the water jets shooting into it. keep the smoke down. You're not launching rockets when you go out into the woods. I don't get it. I don't get it. What do you do there? Authentications, servlet request. Still detail. Is that what they? It is. Okay. Oh, then we gotta extend web authentication details. I was gonna say, I was like, what? How's that working? Web authentication details. Some of these songs are pretty loud. A rocket pit is where you dig a hole down for wood and then a 45-degree hole leading to that hole to funnel air in and make it less detectable. Use them a lot in the army. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I mean, that works too, I guess. That probably works a lot better than the things that I was seeing. Because I was seeing people, there was like YouTube videos where people were like building the brick fire pits, but they have like the metal insert has like holes strategically drilled into it in certain spots that when the smoke comes out of the inside of the pit, it sort of filters out through the holes and then out through vents at the bottom of the brick, fire pit thing. But I guess it's the same. It's a similar principle, I guess. I don't know, physics and all that stuff. Physics was not one of my strong suits. That involved math. I like to think I know what I'm talking about, but most of the time I probably don't. Probably way off the mark. Web authentication details then. Man, if I could spell. Details. This is actually ends. Verification details. Okay. It's a good way to destroy your fireplace because smoke will always try to find a way up, and if it's being forced down without additional airflow, it'll start to heat the top of whatever it is. So it cracks or finds a way out or forces a funnel back through holes. I mean, that's what I saw in the YouTube videos I was looking at. That was the, or was it, I guess it was a YouTube video I was looking at. That's basically what happened. The guy was trying to do his own thing, and it like, ended up melting through and causing all kinds of problems. He didn't quite get it to work right. So yeah, that sounds quite feasible to me. That it's like do it wrong and you get it really, you're gonna really mess it up. Which one do I implement? The one that takes a surflet. Oh, okay. When you place stove exhaust, you place them in a very tiny angle, 2 to 3 degrees, because even a 0 degree horizontal run can end up forcing a backflow. Okay. So yeah, I'm learning stuff now too, because I like some of that is. I mean, I'm not handy to begin with, so it's kind of cool to see how these things work, and how not to handle, how not to make them try to work, as the case may be. Oh, and then the verification. Okay. That's. Wait, did they pull it right out of the request? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it, here. And what else? And source. Generate getters and setters. Verification code. Done. Okay. And then back to other one. Video would have backfired regardless unless the run was greater than 7 feet. First 5 to 6 feet of exhaust from a fireplace stove can average 700 degrees. Heat you may well even blow through your fireplace mortar. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that seems like it seems like the case. Based on what I saw there, and they were struggling to keep it from kind of remaining contained when they were sending the hot air or the hot smoke through through the vents. They're trying to caulk up the in addition to the mortar around the bricks, they're trying to like caulk the like areas around it, like around it, and It's like they just ended up making the problem even worse for themselves, because smoke will find a way to get out, peek out of every little crevice it can get, you know. What do we got? So if I come over here, build details, then I'm throwing it. Put some web, I think you should do that. Alright, so on it there. Then back to this pretty thing. So application details on the filter chain. Which is down here. Login. I guess it's on here. Yeah. Login page. So then this is authentication details source. It's just auto wired in. Okay. Oh, your audio mixer crashed. Yeah, no, I was just saying that what you said lines up with what it looked like was happening in that video, where it was just like they had all these bricks set up and they had, you know, mortar and stuff in there, but even then it was like smoke was managing to seep out from all these little corners and find a way out of there, and then they're just trying to like caulk it up to try to get the smoke to go out one side instead of another, and they ended up making it worse because it was just hot. It was just now collecting and making everything sort of kind of melt a little bit. So yeah, that all matches with what I saw. What do I have? So application detail source. So I need a source. I'll wire that up. That. And I guess it insists on putting that on the next line. All right. That's fine. Did a lot of research. Were you seldom taken? Yeah. No, I get it. I mean, it sounds like something that you really do want to know. You really want to learn from someone who knows before you start to jump in. Because as with anything, fire is fire is great until it's not. It's predictable until it's not predictable. You know? It's predictably unpredictable. So always want to like make sure you know what you're jumping into before you do it. So I get that. 76 Richardson trailer, yeah. Fire's great until you burn the house down, yeah. This looks like the hellscape that is off-flow handling. Yes. Yes, it is. It is quite the hellscape. Authentication flow stuff. I'm trying to wire up. Most definitely. I've got that source there. We can add that to there, and then do they just extend the authentication provider? Which I guess I might as well do. Yeah, authentication provider. I mean, what does that get? I mean, obviously, they're just passing through, they're passing the username and password through the normal authenticate flow. Which I guess makes sense to do. Just let Spring do what it knows how to do, and then just extend it for this stuff. Okay, well, that's the authentication provider. I guess I'm gonna have to do authentication provider here. I guess this should be a component probably. I can just grab it when I need it. Oops, that's not it. Where's my yeah, here it is. Well, they didn't actually do that. Well, they have to. No, they have to. They're using AutoWire. They have to make it a. They just don't have it listed here. Repository, and they override authenticate. And support. And then there's the authentication provider thing, which is basically what I already have. I just do a new. See, they are doing a new custom authentication provider. Well, that's not. go to work. You've got auto wired here. Like, how do you expect the wiring to get in there if Spring doesn't know about the class in the first place? Goofballs. That's funny. Huh. Alright, well. So I will do... So I'm gonna... Okay. Authenticate and support, right? Force override. Additional authentication check. I think that would be the way to go. Actually, that's going to have to be the way, because they don't have everyone exposed. Oh, here it is. It's under abstract authenticate. What is additional authentication check? I'm curious here, because if I can just override that. Allows subclasses to perform any additional checks of a returned or cached user details for a given authentication request. Generally, a subclass will at least compare your authentication get credentials with the user details get password. Why? If custom logic is needed to compare additional properties of user details and or username and password authentication token, these should also appear. Why would you do this? Compare the get credentials with a get password. Like, what is the point of keeping the password around in memory? There's no point in keeping that around in memory. Once they're authenticated, that's it. They're authenticated. Like, why would you hold on to that? Custom logic is needed to compare additional properties of user details and our username password authentication token. I mean, I think this is probably the better way of doing what they're trying to do. I don't know. Huh. I mean, this seems like the correct way to do what they're doing, but Logic provides a respective property password authentication token. So if that's the case, then like this seems like, because this brings the user details in, which we would have as part of the user details service implementation, right? Which I just did over here. Bring back user details. this is what I hate, is that their documentation is very inconsistent. Like it says here, it stores user information which is later encapsulated into authentication objects. This allows non-security related user information, such as email addresses, telephone numbers, etc., to be stored in a convenient location. But yet, the other one's like, oh yeah, by the way, you're going to have your password and everything else in it, which is completely antithesis to what this just says here. Detailed service. Authentication object. Crap. All right. So. Fully populated user record, never null. I could try and go on off the reservation here a little bit from what they have. What are they doing here? They're looking up the user. And they're calling Super Authenticate after they verified the verification code. Credentials. Authenticate credential. Result I get authority. User. Name password authentication token. Is what is this? Manually authenticate user with Spring Security. Thread local or construct. We need the same approach to Spring Security. User pass. Filter people persisting in security context. Okay. Not exactly what I was looking for, but I was looking for more. Oh, what is this? Presentation of username and password. Principal credentials. Already authenticated. Okay, so it implements. This is what I was trying to see. It implements the erase credential. Which is good. Okay, so that's not too bad. Well, I guess I'll just do it this way then. Override the authenticate. Or, well, no, I'll do it with the way I have it. It's really, like, they're overriding authenticate because they're checking, for whatever reason, they're checking... They're checking the one-time password first, which is a bit strange. And then doing the full authenticate. Whereas I think it's probably better to do authenticate the password first and then authenticate the two-factor. User, then that comes from the user details as I was. Okay, so then user detail. Let's This logic is needed to compare additional properties of user details. You should also appear in this method. So, okay. Parameters. User details as retrieved from the retrieve user or user cache. Authentication. Rows. Authentication exception. Generate bad credentials exception. Okay. Retrieve user. That's from abstract user details, authentication provider, retrieve user. Classes. Implementation specific location with the option of throwing an authentication exception immediately if the credentials are incorrect. Request to rely on a cache will still have to have their credentials validated. Okay. So this would have to load up stuff from the DAO. I guess I'll just load everything. I'm not a fan of loading all that up, but I guess used in some fashion here. So I need a user class essentially. What I was doing over here for a second, wasn't sure what I was going to put in it. do I want to call it? Yeah, I think I want to call it that. I guess I'll just call it. Because otherwise it'll get confusing. Confusing later on if I don't call it something that matches up with the actual database table. Oh, and I meant to do there. Screen ID. What else do we have there? ID, username, password. For right now. Cool. So then this guy. No, this is right. Template. Wired. User. Get user by username. And people would be select from user. Wait, did I do the singular or plural? I did plural. They always trip me up. Users where username equals question mark. Get user by username. And div true. That right? Yeah. Active equals true. Oh. Only get one back. That's the. Did I not? Did I put a unique constraint on this? Yes, I did. Unique non-clustered username. Okay, good. All right. So return. BC templates query for objects. And then I need a row mapper. So let's go. No mapper. Class and user. Row mapper. User. And on a method. User, user that if get boolean rs string e ID password, right? If ID password unit. Okay. Okay, so that will map it to an object from the database. And where was I at? I was over in the DAO here somewhere. There we go. And we went to new user mapper. Oh, I used the wrong here. There we go. Okay. Oh, and I forgot to formatted string utils. Oh, I don't have string utils on here. Bring that in. I need, where is Maven repository? Commons string. Commons lang. Or is it common string util? No, I'm pretty sure it's commons lang. That in here. Excellent. So now I should be able to use string utils. Oh, wait. I gotta tell Eclipse to tell Maven to bring that down. There we go. There we go. Commons lang 3. String utils. Join. Column names. With up. There we go. Cool. And I think we're good there for the moment. need to bring that DAO here. Logger in there, and then private user DAO, authentication DAO. Server. What? All right. So then that means down here, let's say off user equal off DAO active user by username. Logger. You're not found in not found execution failed. All right, so we got that. Yeah, I need to return some user details. How did they do that over here? Not that, but user details mapper. Okay. I think there's a builder. User details builder. What details builder? No, it's gotta be. No, what am I doing? Good. So user detail equal user details builder dot. Roles, yeah, okay, this is more like it. Parties enabled. Oh, they actually have a thing for disabled, where credentials expired. Is that, I was using that over on the security thing here, right? I'm so confused. This stuff is like, it's like they insisted on doing it one way and not letting you change that easily. Oh. Great. Oh, this, so I built it this way through user. Okay. Use this class directly, subclass it, or write their own. Details. Differentiate between authorities which are loaded for an individual or for a group which the individual is a member. Important you take this into account when using this implementation for managing your users. Because that's the other thing too, is I didn't load up the role. Honestly, at this point, I want to kind of change. If I'm implementing this myself largely, then I'm going to change the database tables to be what I want them to be. So what is? Although those authorities are. They look like they're. I guess. Let's roll. Yeah, this automatically appends the roll underscore to it. Again, very strange. User as roll. Okay, so I can have any of those I want. It's just it has to start with roll. Fine. Which is fine, and then these are by username. Okay. So that's good too. Name authority. So I'll just, yeah, I mean, I guess I'll just use that internal thing. That's going to be a pain though, because I already have user coming back here, right? Not there. What the heck? What was I looking at? User thinking details. Your details service. Yeah, because we already have a reference to a user. All right, you know what? Let's go hog wild and let's just rename the things to what I want them to be. So what we'll say here is to factor that, call it off mapper. And this I will rename just authentication. Yeah. That's fine. The authentication DAO. And source. This gets renamed off. Okay, and then this is bringing back off. Okay. The heck? Where am I going here? then the user details is basically user. It's user builder with specified username. Yeah, see, user builder is used in the middle there. User builder. What? Why does it go user? Why wouldn't I just do user builder directly? That actually brings back a user builder, like the builder thing. User dot user builder. What is that? Okay, everything is hidden in it. That's weird. It's going through all this effort to build up this crap, and then I don't know. It just seems like I'm going through all this effort to get this, build this up for no good reason. Details with username. Username. Password encoder. See, this just seems like a I don't know. It's just a weird. It's a weird way of doing it, but I guess it is what it is. Word. User dot get password. For a minute. And that's the user details I would return. Any point connects. Oh, I should probably check here just once more if user details equals null. Rodeo name found exception found, right? And then because they wanted you to make sure you never brought null back for it, else it causes problems. Oh. Because I also want to bring it, because the other reason I wanted to call this off is because I want to bring back the roles. So I want to say I just bring them back as a thing here, right? I just say private string array. What if we'll take that as, it probably will because it's a, yeah, I think it'll probably take it. Roles sourced, getters and setters, bam, bam. And then in the DAO here, I want to, I guess it's not even get active user by username, just get user by username. And then we'll just specify whether they're active or not. So I don't have to put the active through there. Because they have a facility for doing that. Need to get the role. I want to interjoin. Is there any? Yeah, because everyone has to have at least one role, and it would be user. Should not be anyone without a role. So, when users interjoin. Authorities, UTHORI. Authorities on. Let's make this a. Excuse me, what side interjoins are? Yeah. Let me get this squared away here. So, select off from users. Interjoin authorities on users.username equals authorities username pain in the ass because there's username is ambiguous. hate it. I hate it. Let's side inner join. Yeah. So I'd have to do. Well, you know what? I can fudge it. Easier to just fudge it and say. Well, I hate to do that. I hate to do that, but I might. That affects every method in here, then. I can hate to do that, but I can do it. I guess. String tells that prepend if missing. Ignore case. Oops. What is it? Ring string, prepend if missing. Ignore case. Prefix to prepend to the string, and then the prefix to prepend additional prefixes that are valid. Oh, okay. So the column names u dots. Oh yeah, no, I gotta do it on every. Item in the array. Wait, wasn't there? There was something that I used to do this. That took a whole array and. I think. Coin. What if it was like insert or something? I don't see it there though. Triple and then Rotate, reverse, replace. Remove, start, remove and remove all. Overlay. Damn it. Is there, maybe there's an array utils thing? What is, Apache Commons array util? First, checks contains get indexes. Insert. No, this is not really. What I am looking for. A full. Pinned. Repinned. Alright. String. That is a negatory. Okay. Alright, that's fine. That is fine. Going down rabbit holes here. Freaking sucks, but it's gonna be just for this one. For this one method right now. That's annoying. I would like to. Actually, it's gonna have to be a. Wait, is it gonna be an air? It's not gonna be an air joint, is it? No, it's gotta be a. It's gotta be a sub select. So actually, this sort of works. Wait a minute here. I'll leave that the way it is. I need to do a. First of all, let's move this. Private static final. Users by. User by name. I want to make that out there because I don't want this to run every single time. I don't want the string parsed every time. We'll go to get a username. I want the SQL to be there and ready to go. That. This becomes user by username. You like the auto captions? Some of the worst, most random stuff. Yeah, yeah. I actually have I have the captions plugin as well for OBS. I don't have it turned on. Well, it's on, but I don't have it. I don't think I have it transmitting over to Twitch or not. But I used to put that on screen too, and then it started like just coming up with random like words that were nothing like what I was saying. So I still have it running, but I don't have it on the screen. It was good in that it like the auto captions and OBS just pull straight from your microphone and not anything else, which is good. So it's clean, but it also has a tendency to like say that I'm cursing or saying other words that I'm not actually saying that aren't too pleasant in a friendly environment. I had to like buffalo boneless wings. I had to like put some words in there that it would never come up with, so it wouldn't try to caption that. It ended up being too much to manage. Auto captions are good until they're not. Okay, so I have this, so it's gonna be that with a array subselect right up until the point you have an accent or murmur or word. Yeah. That's the problem is I go in and out of mushmouth mode, which is foils many a automated text to speech system, or speech to text, as the case may be. That Philly accent kicks in sometimes and makes it even worse. Suddenly it sounds like I'm throwing snowballs at Santa Claus. Throwing batteries onto the ice at a hockey game. Actually, that was New Jersey, but close enough, I guess. What do I have? Off mapper. All right, I want to do. I guess I can do comma. How do I need to look it up in Postgre. Select into an array. Array aggregate. An array constructor. Select array. Ah, okay. That is actually what I want. Select array. Select. Oh, okay. So array. Select. Oh, what is it called? Authority. Authorities where username equals la as role from users, and then I get rid of this inner join, which wouldn't have worked anyway. And then also I forgot to pass the username into here. Username as the query parameters. That also wouldn't have worked. Okay. Then in the mapper, in theory, I should be able to get array, although I don't know how that's going to work. Get array. Guess we'll see what happens when I do this. Get array roles. Yeah, it returns an array object. How would I convert that to? Is there a so Spring JDBC map or Spring row mapper array to Spring array. Result. What I'm looking for. Items. Wait, what are they doing here? RS get array. Oh, array. Arrays as lists. RS get array, get array. But I just did. If I just do array, or if I just do get array. In the form of an array in Java, this version of the method uses the type map associated with the connection for customization type mappings. I'll try it and see. That just returns object, not an object array. There you go. This is just a result set. So get array. Oh, just cast it. Just cast it in the blind. Yeah, object array. Okay. Okay. If you insist, I will cast it into the blind here. Let's say string like so. And hope that works. So that will give me the rolls back, which then I can throw into the other thing here in theory. If I can remember what thing I was in. The detail service, is that where it was? Yeah, get user by username with password. Enabled. Would be is there not an enabled? That's funny. Because it's the column was called enabled by default, which means you always have to do the opposite of what you read in. Get act. So not user get active. And then authorities. Authorities for this user. Okay. So that takes a it takes a var arg, but I think if I give it an array strings, Java will just take it, because that's ultimately under the covers what a var arg looks like. So let's see what happens. I don't know if they've changed that or not, but user.get roles. Yeah, see, it just takes it. So that's good. Save that. No, it's off screen here. Username, password, tables, authorities. Oh, but I'm going to want to put my own stuff into user details, right? I'm feeling like I just need to, like, create my own implementation of user details. Yeah, you know what? Screw that noise. Let's just make our own user details thing. Well, I don't think it's going to be a interface, right? So if I just made off let's not do that. Let's do, we'll just say next user authorities. Authority granted authentication. Granted authority must either represent itself as a string or decision. So it's got to return a collection of something that extends granted authority. What the hell extends granted authority? Just string get authority. So dumb. I guess I was better off doing it the other way. Authorization managers. This is using deprecated stuff too. Use authorization manager instead. So like, how much of this is still good? I'm wondering. Do details. Authorization. Authorization manager. Reactive authentication authorization manager pre-filter. Fjord. I mean, provided expression. Fjord annotation. SR 250 authorization manager. May invoke by evaluating. That's for annotations. Authority authorization manager. Request matcher delegating authorization manager. Request matcher. Yeah, that's the problem. I think this is probably the one that we're using ultimately. If I start messing around with that, it's just going to be bad. I guess we'll just have to do what I was doing. It's annoying and kind of stupid, but I don't know what else to do with it. Username. Authorities. User.roles. Enabled user.get active. And the not of that. Not build. Yeah, I guess. Man, coding was complicated. I'm glad I don't have to do any of this stuff. Oh man. Well, this is shaped up to be more complicated than even I thought it was going to be. It's like the more they try to generify stuff, the more complicated they make it in the process. Like, all they really needed to do, this is what kills me, is all they really needed to do was just provide you a authentication interface, like authentication provider interface. You just extend that or you implement that, and then you're done. Right? But instead, they've got all this other BS they've thrown on top of it, for God knows what reason. It's just like, after a while, you just get tired of, like, oh, now I got to implement this, and then I got to implement that for no other reason than that's, you know, it's like somebody just drew boxes on a whiteboard and said, yeah, no, this looks fine. This will totally work this way. Convolution, yeah, right? Just sometimes, man. Sometimes I feel like it's paint by committee, right? Like somebody, it's like you gate access. You're able to. If there's liquor in that bottle, no, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I've been tapped out for a little bit. I have to go resupply. No, it's yeah, some of these feel like they're paint by committee. You know, it's like you finally get you know, the maintainers to finally notice you, and you're like, I want to do this, and then you go through all these committees to come up with all the design for it, and everybody's got their fingers in it, and then you don't really care as the implementer. You don't really care because you can just go and it's more code to write in this big awesome open source project. So the bigger your pull request is, the more notoriety you get, and then you end up with this mess. It's just like crazy mess. All right. Well, that's one. I mean, that's bringing the user details back. And has the roles, hopefully. And that brings that back, and then at the end of the day, somehow, that's doing this. We're not doing the user details manager. The user details service then is that. I feel like I'm missing a whole big chunk of the user detail service I'm supposed to implement. It's like, it looks like it does everything. And there's like update and change SQL and all that stuff, which I haven't even bothered with. So user details service. All I've done is like the load user by username override. Authentication details. Authentication provider. This is the authentication provider. And I guess I have to do that instead of the DAO one. So that authentication provider. The authentication provider gets shoved right into. That's authentication. Oh yeah, no, because that's for the login stuff. Where's the authentication provider? That just get picked up automatically, I guess. User detail service would be this one. I'll pull that in over here. Come on. Over here. Detail service. Comment this out. And user details service. Authentication provider. Yeah, where does that go in there somewhere? Where does that? It's just a bean. They just have as a bean. That's it. Okay. Upgrading. This is for the TOTP stuff. I want to get this other. I want to get the regular login working first. Yeah, it looks like they just okay. It just picks it up as long as it's there. Okay, so given that, where was the let's go. Even if the request parameter is not there, it shouldn't matter. The login page doesn't change or anything. I guess the best thing I could do is try and run it and see what craziness happens here. What's the worst that could happen? Got work directory, published. Hasn't reverted like it did before. Over here. Properties. Assembly has that crap in it again. And yeah, it went back to window again. No reason. Go. Okay, if it's working. Not working. Creating bean with name Hex Authentication Provider. User detail service must be set. That's not going over any further. User detail service must be set. Hex Authentication Provider. Okay. It looks at me. Did I not set the best service there? Doesn't it have is my annotations not looking at that maybe? Okay. Now I have component scan starting at the back end. See that. what's the clearly the only error is that your detail service must be set, which is weird because I am. Unless somehow that's just still null. Put a breakpoint there and see what it says. Minute. Bug. Didn't even. Error being beam in the Hex authentication provider. Authentication provider. Your detail service must. Okay. Why is that? Have a set. Here's a set user detail service. So, what's your problem? I don't understand here. Stop and start again because should be hitting this breakpoint here. I think what's going on Oh, you know what? I know what's I know exactly what's going on. This isn't... authentication provider. Yeah. Just authentication checks. So I made this a component because I wanted to do some additional checks there. So I'm using the wrong thing. Authentication provider. So provider, health provider. I wonder if I need to... I'm kind of worried that that's... Well, this is creating a bean, so it's only create one instance of it. It's probably okay. Probably okay. Although it's still... It is bugging me though, because it shouldn't have mattered if I was... I mean, I know I had a component on it, but that shouldn't matter. It's still a class that I can instantiate. So something else going on there. I could verify real fast, but I'm pretty sure there's something else going on here. Yeah. The detail servers must be set. Servers must be set. Okay. I'm trying to set service. And it doesn't want to. Implements user detail service. Okay. Take component of this. Yeah, do authentication for access. So this would be. Authentication provider. Oh, are these not... Are these not exposed? Are they protected? No, they're public. Why? I don't get that. They're public, so why is that not just going through to the other one? Or indicate. Why in the hell are the other ones not coming through? Well, they're not in the authentication provider interface. Oh, okay. Well, they're not in. Okay, they're not in the interface. That's why they did. Okay, so now they're available. I guess. Oh, you know what? I bet. Is it? Do not return an authentication provider? Because I noticed that their bean came back. They just returned a DAO. Actual implementation, which I thought was wrong. Now it looks like it might have been correct. No, they're returning an authentication provider interface. Your details service. The password encoder. Clean the project again and build and see if I can figure this one out. Maybe. I don't know, this one's annoying. Annoyingly obtuse. Oh, I'm getting credit for this guy. Forgot to get rid of that. Okay. Try again. Well, this time it looks like it's happy. What the hell did I do differently this time than last time? Okay. How was this different than the first time I tried? I don't know, but now it's happy. So, I guess it's different because I'm not registering it as a component. But even that shouldn't have mattered. I was just creating another... I was creating another instance of it anyway. It's weird. I don't know. Let's see if I can log in. Okay, here we go. No class def found. Argon 2 parameters builder. Oh. I thought, okay, well, I thought wrong, I guess. I was gonna say, the Argon 2 stuff was part of Spring Security Crypto. I thought it automatically would have brought Bouncy Castle in, but I guess it didn't. I guess I gotta go grab Bouncy Castle. Where's our prompt? Here. I'm surprised. Dependency hierarchy. Bring security crypto. Yeah, there's no resolve dependencies. There's no Bouncy Castle. Oh, okay. Bring Bouncy Castle down then. This one. JDK 16. That sounds promising. Oh, no, JDK 16. That's definitely not. That's unfortunate naming, is what that is. I guess 16 is their latest. 2011. Jeez. It can't be the latest. Where's the Bouncy Castle thing again? Okay. So here, 1632. Okay. Right. Where's the there we go, Bouncy Castle BCPKIX JK15 on. Alright. Org Bouncy Castle. Org Bouncy Castle. Photography. Okay. Bouncy Castle Java APIs for PKCS. The APIs for JK15 and up. Is there the only version of that? That was okay. 2023. BC Brav. There we go. JDK18 BC PKIX JDK18 and up. At least want that. Thing. This one, this just came out on April 12th. Well, brand spanking new. Let's take that and pop that on in here. See if it does what I need. See if it's the correct dependency to bring in. Bouncy Castle. Castle AIX version. That's well, that's good, even though the error didn't go away for some reason. Okay. I think it's okay though. Maven updates. Look at my dependencies. I should see that now. Yep. Oh, I see. It brought 3 of them. And the util. Okay. Sure. Then over here, then if I clean that project clean. What the hell? Got some random winners in there. Clean. Wait, that work? Doesn't look like it did. Oh, it reset this immediately. Wow. Something is resetting that thing. Go. Run that now. Let's see if I have better luck with this. So we'll go say login, admin. Okay, and I go to /admin. I can. All right, so that logged me in. If I log out and I try to go to /admin, It asked me to sign in. Okay. Cool. Okay, so we're back to it working, which is, I don't know, what are we at now? 4 hours and 2 minutes. I started with it working, and now we're back 4 hours later to it working the way it was when I first started. It's all one big circle. Okay, so we can get rid of this crap. And now I gotta integrate the TOTP stuff, which hopefully won't be as terrible, which means I've just jinxed myself. Details. The 2FA comes in that way. Provider here. Would be user details. Then what do I need to save for the TOTP stuff? I need. Where's it got? Here, what? MIT license. I think this is the one I've used for realsies before. 171 is 171 the latest release? It is. Okay. All right, cool. So copy that. All right, into our palm. And get out of there. There, and $sign CPU version. Boom. And then, all right, so you gotta generate the secrets. By default, it does 32. I think if I remember correctly, when I was using this before, Google Authenticator had, and some authenticators have some restrictions on certain things. I don't think the secret had a restriction, so I'll probably do like the 64 character long one. Oh, it was the algorithm. So for some reason, and this boggles my mind, most authenticators, with the exception of Authy of all things, don't accept any hashing algorithms except for SHA-1, which is the least secure hashing algorithm you could ever possibly use. But they don't support SHA-256 or anything. Only Authy, I believe, in my testing, supported any other hashing algorithms besides SHA-1, like SHA-256 stuff, which is insanity. But good old Google setting the standards, setting that bar really high. Hey, Techno Freak, welcome. Sorry if you've been sitting there for a bit. I just noticed you. Hope you're doing well. Oh my goodness. is going well for me. Actually making some progress despite all appearances otherwise. Actually slowly moving forward on this, so that's good. So the thing I like about this library is it brings in its own QR code generator stuff, so I don't have to mess with that. What do I need to do though? I do need the shared secret is definitely something I have to read from the database. Yeah, there's a verifier. Yeah, the secret and then the code that they passed in. So I need the column in the database that has their secret in it for the TOTP, and then some time provider is fine. Default code generator is probably okay. SHA-1, yeah. Do different hashing algorithms. Specified a QR code was done. Time period and discrepancy. Code verifier. How many digits long the generated codes are? I think most people do 6 digits. Although I guess there's nothing that says I couldn't do like 9 digits or something. Yeah, most implementations generate codes are 6 digits long. The codes can have a length of any positive non-zero integer. The default number of digits in a code is generated by default code generator. And since it's 6, it can be set to a different value by passing a number. I wonder if I set it to greater than 6, I wonder if that would break Google Authenticator stuff. That's kind of what I got to worry about, because Google Authenticator is like the lowest common denominator of all of them, and it's pretty limited in what it does. I wonder, Google Authenticator. Nine digits. How long are Google Authenticator codes? 6-digit code. 15 digits. That's a backup. Not support 8-digit codes. There we go. Let's see. Issue 327 in Google Authenticator does not support 8-digit code. Issue. No. See if this is open. That is not the same issue. This repository has been archived by the owner. It is now read-only. Oh, great. Well, use Google Authenticator are limited to this. Okay, so I guess this is, how long ago was this? 2013. What? How about the Microsoft Authenticator? Does that have the same problem? 8 digits instead of 6. There's also no option to set the verification code. Okay, I don't know what's going on there. Google Authentication, Google Authenticator. Why are two-factor authentication codes usually 6 digits? How about that? Because that's what Google decided to do. Yep, that sounds about right. Hey, Sainted Lord, welcome. You've got to love using ChatGPT for sure. It's a nice tool. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It does miss some important stuff though when you're trying to get it to generate like Java code and stuff like that. Like it'll get you 90% of the way there, but then it misses certain things, and it also, like if you're trying to use libraries that have been updated in the last year or so, it doesn't know about that. So like I had to, like it gave me instructions on how to do, I forget what it was, and it would have you know, I looked online at the code and stuff, and then it was using a class that was deprecated. I mean, the class was still there, but it was deprecated. It was going to, you know, potentially be removed at a future point. So I said to ChatGPT, can you redo this without this particular class, because this class is deprecated? And he comes back to me and says, as far as I know, this class is not deprecated. As you know, my information tells me this is still fine. But then it tried to do it, and it sort of didn't succeed too well. You know, one has to learn how to program to ask it right. Yeah. It's that's why, like, people who are yelling and screaming like, "Oh, is this gonna put programmers out of a job?" I'm like, not really, no. Because right now, you still need to be able to A, know what questions to ask it, B, know what limitations to put on it, and C, have non-trivial, or I'm sorry, have just the most trivial of things that you're trying to do. Something that's done so often that it has a lot of training material to go across, right? Like, so if it's like, I'm creating a login form with just a regular username and password, great. Everybody has to do that at some point in time. There's plenty of training data for the AI to draw upon, right? But if you say, well, I'm creating an authentication form that takes username and password and does the one-time multi-factor authentication stuff, it's going to struggle a little bit more. It'll still get you an answer, but it'll struggle a little bit more because it doesn't have quite as much documentation on that. And then if you say something like, I want to do, you know, this weird, crazy custom thing that has never been done before, you know, good luck. It'll try its best, but it'll give you something that might get you like 25 to 30 to maybe 50% of the way there, but then it'll just fail, right? You know? Leave out all the garbage lingo people use. Yeah, that too. I mean, you have to be, there's stuff like, for me, what I want to do and what I'm hoping I can do is to like ask it, like to do the like CSS stuff and like some of the basic sort of like CSS layout stuff. Since I'm so horribly terrible at CSS, just having Chat GPT like get me even 50% of the way to where I need to be is so much better, right? Because because a lot of times, like I know CSS, but a lot of times I don't know where to start. I don't know where, like, I'm gonna have to play around with this, play around with that. But if it can get me halfway down the road, then I can fill in the blanks, right? Or for in the case of, like, I mean, the big running joke, which isn't so much a joke as reality, for most programmers, is that Stack Overflow is 90% of their job. 90% of their code could be found somewhere on Stack Overflow because they've copy pasted from there and changed a few things, right? Because, and it's not because you couldn't figure it out. It's more because it's a tool and you want to go fast, right? Everybody, it's always like, gotta go fast, gotta go fast, gotta go fast, gotta get this done, gotta get that done. And you have so much crap in your brain that you're trying to keep straight. It's just like, all right, look, I know if I sat here long enough, I could figure this thing out. I'm just going to Google search it and grab something and then tweak it to what I need, you know? Most code is being reused. Yeah, exactly. Right. So that's why ChatGPT works out pretty well in those scenarios, because now you've essentially got a Stack Overflow that is going to try to answer your specific question rather than you having to troll through these 92 other questions that are kind of what you're looking for but kind of not. Now you got something that'll do it for you, theoretically. And also, and this is the thing that I think a lot of people forget, it is likely to give you more up-to-date information. That's the one thing with Stack Overflow is a lot of times you go and look up the thing that you're looking for and it'll be like, oh, this doesn't work because this is a limitation of, X framework. But then you look at and you're like, that doesn't sound right. And you look at the date on it and it was like, oh, that was from 2012. At some point between 2012 and today, they added that to the framework. So it does do it now, So there's a lot of like out of date information that you then have to sort through too, which in theory, at least, ChatGPT is doing some of that sorting for you. I don't know. Maybe it still gives you a lot of out of date stuff. I don't know. But yeah, exactly. You could be getting info from 5 years ago, 10 years ago that was true that back then, but is no longer, no longer true. So yeah, it's very helpful for those things, and that's always the case with these things. Is like people get up in arms and say, "Oh, this is taking jobs away from people and doing this." It's like, well, not really, because somebody has to maintain all those AI models. B, people are going to use them as tools, just as additional tools to help them do their jobs better and faster. The only people losing their jobs over that are the people who were not really doing a very good job in the first place, right? Like if your job got replaced by a chatbot, then you probably didn't have that much to do in the first place, or you weren't really adding that much to the mix. Now, granted, there can come a point when these things get super duper, intelligent and stuff. but we're nowhere close to that yet, because it's all like it doesn't necessarily understand nuance. It doesn't necessarily understand human behavior patterns and stuff like that, right? So it could write you code that does exactly what you wanted to do, but if you don't know but it could be insecure. It could be like, hey, it's got a security flaw in its implementation. And it's not that it's wrong what it did. It's just that it didn't take into account the fact that someone could spoof this or spoof that. That's kind of where the humans come into play, right? It's like you kind of look at it and you go, okay, but how would a human break this? And let's fix it up so it doesn't do so it's hardened against some of that. So I'm not concerned. There's all those hit pieces going around. Oh, it's gonna be the worst thing ever, and there's other people who's like, oh, it's gonna be the best thing ever, because like some CEO now could be a business of one. He could just sit down and he could just tell ChatGPT the kind of business he wants, and it'll just generate it for him. Like, I don't think so. I mean, if your business is, I don't know, making mop handles, maybe. But if your business is anything remotely more complicated than that, then you're going to need people still. You're going to need skilled people. Yeah. How much does a PC speed and that jump a few years and stuff for quantum PC? I mean, quantum PCs have been 5 years away for the last 20 years, right? I think we sort of got to a qubit at one point a year or two ago, and that was about it. Like there's, I was worried when I was in college. I was worried that quantum computing would take over because it seemed ungodly complicated, right? Because you're going from binary, where bits are either on or off. You either have a high signal on the electrical line or a low signal on the electrical line, to now a single bit can take on any number of infinite combinations of spins, because it's atomic spins, right? So it can have any, a bit is now can now have any one of thousands or hundreds of thousands of numbers associated with it. And that just seemed to me like it would super complicate everything. But I imagine that they'll probably stick to more of a conditional binary thing that kind of overlays over top of that. Or longer, yeah. One you still watch is the Pig Brain Cell PC project. It's crazy fast, but still so delicate. Yeah. I mean, that's a lot of the. I mean, the pie in the sky stuff is really cool. Don't get me wrong, but it's always been sort of misleading a little bit. It's kind of like when you get the astrophysicists and you get them to sit down and talk about like warp drives and light speed travel and all that stuff. It's like, yeah, there's a lot of theories out there, but nothing's really panning out anytime soon. They're trying, like, they have a prototype of an ion drive, but it barely does anything, right now. And it's we can have solar sails that collect, that use the solar wind to get around. Well, that's great and all, but how does that work in interstellar space? I guess we're not worried about that yet. All kinds of stuff. Warp drive stuff is real now. Yeah, sort of. I mean, I've been trying to keep up on some of that. It's they have a working theory. The problem is they don't have... They have a theory. So the original Alcubierre paper was using antimatter, and you know, it just like the amount of power that you needed was just more than we could ever, like, more than the universe even produced. And I think recently there was another guy that came up with something that accomplishes a similar thing but requires less power, but it's still a lot of power. It's still a lot more power than we can generate. You know what I mean? So it's, unless we figure out something like cold fusion or what was the thing from Stargate Atlantis? 0 point modules, ZPMs, something that, you know, puts out a ridiculous amount of energy for very little space and very little input. You know, at atmospheric pressure and temperature, you know, normal temperature, and then it, you know, it's gonna be a hard problem, right? In Texas, they have it working on a scale setup. The power issue they have solved with a new metal combination with right magnetic flux salt reactors. Yeah, so I saw they were doing some kind of new metal alloy. I don't know how easy it was for them to make that metal alloy, but I know that they were doing something like that. That was a car set up using raw thorium. Yeah. Salt reactors. Yeah, it's, I mean, I'm not saying they can't get there. I'm not saying that it's not feasible. They're definitely making it more feasible as time goes on. I don't know. I don't know what kind of timeline that's going to be. You know what I mean? The metal they needed was made by a fusion reaction over to sea. Oh, okay. Well, fusion itself, yeah, fusion itself is even pretty difficult. I mean, that takes a lot of power. They have to throw a lot of power into that to get it to fuse, I imagine. A mix of odd metals. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not a lot of progress hasn't been made. There definitely has been. I just I don't know what kind of time frame they're talking about. You know, because at some point someone's got to, even if it's just a scale model, someone's got to take that out to space and see what it does. Like, I would like to see, what I would like to see, because this seems to be the thing that is always the, you know, the problematic factor. I think people rush to put things into like human size scale. And I would like to see more like tests done in microgravity, like they did with that inflatable module and stuff like that, where you like just build like a scale model of it, whatever scale you can. I mean, the hardest part is getting it out to orbit because it's probably going to be heavy as hell. But you know, getting up there, get it to the you know, the space station or something, be able to deploy it with the arm out into space and just kind of let it run and see if it does anything. You know what I mean? Just 20 ounces enough to start Elon making the Starship 5.0 a main ship with the setup. More tests in high orbit. Let's see what it does. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the thing. I mean, I know that they're testing it. You know, they have to do a lot of testing, obviously, on the ground. And yeah, we have vacuum chambers on the ground and stuff, but you're not really. The vacuum chamber, I don't think is enough for that, because you have to. Maybe it is. I don't know, because you've got a constant force of gravity there, which may or may not cause problems. I don't know how that. Yeah, the gravity influence, right? Exactly. I mean, you have gravity influence out in space too, but it's you're in a more realistic. We're flying off setting. Like make it like automate it, make it do a lap around the moon and come back or something. You know what I mean? See if it works, or just tether it and turn it on and see if it moves anywhere. Yeah, that's right. That's right. There's radiation and stuff in space that we can't necessarily replicate here. Or don't want to replicate here for safety reasons. I mean, that's the other thing that I haven't heard much about, right? Like, we keep hearing about, like, well, we're going to have a moon base and we're going to do, like, Elon wants to do something on Mars and all that stuff. And one thing I don't hear too much about is, so that's great and all, but how are you going to deal with the radiation, right? Because, yeah, we sent people to the moon and they stayed there for, a day or two, or a couple days, actually, I think it was. But they were in spacesuits, and, the moon is not necessarily far enough away. Like, the moon still gets some protection from radiation from the Earth, from its proximity to the Earth, right? But when you go to Mars, you don't have that. So what are you going to do? Like, how are you going to protect the astronaut? Now, I mean, there's a lot of theories out there. There's theories of, like, well, we'll send robots and we'll dig into the side of a mountain and with the robots will set up some things and then set up like a structure inside the mountain and then cover that structure in water so that the water will disperse some of the radiation, and so then the astronauts just kind of walk out in their spacesuits and into the area that's like underwater, so to speak, and then they have that extra layer of protection. But I don't know, I haven't heard much on that. Once you leave, yeah, exactly. Once you leave the sphere of protection from Earth, yeah, that's a big deal, right? Like, you're gonna, not gonna be a whole lot of fun if all your astronauts can't return to Earth not because their craft won't bring them back, but because they're too darn sick, from radiation poisoning, and also, if I'm not mistaken, even if we were talking about like the warp drive stuff and going near light speed or beyond, radiation's even worse then, right? Like, because the speed is kind of a factor in that, if I'm not mistaken. Or at least I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. I had heard something like, as you get closer to the speed of light, you are more susceptible to radiation. Interstellar. Yes and no. The gravity field bounces it like on Earth. Okay. Yeah, that's why I was kind of. I couldn't quite understand what they were saying when I was watching that show. Is like, is it worse? Is it not worse? But I mean, obviously, there's other things even then to worry about. Like, the faster you go, even the smallest particle of dust could puncture your hull. You know, so you need some way of. You need a deflector dish to kind of deflect all those things away as you go faster. In their testing, from what I can tell, they did a test by a nuclear reactor in the field. Stops almost all radiation. Okay, so the field that it generates itself basically acts like a Van Allen. Well, acts like an atmosphere, I guess. I was gonna say like a Van Allen belt, but like an atmosphere where it kind of bounces the radiation off of it a little bit. Well, that works. I mean, they still have to worry about small particles and stuff, but at least the radiation itself wouldn't be necessarily a problem. So, yeah. Oh, what we got here? So, if I want to implement this, what do they do here? So I need the time provider. I didn't do PP time. I think system time provider will be fine. Most system times are linked to the network time stuff anyway. Recovery codes. Okay. So I think, yeah, all you really need then is the secret. But actually, I should do that as a. Do that as a change, or should I do that as just a migration on top of what we get? I think I'll just do it as part of the setting up the project. At some point, I want to transition from project setup to actually doing real pull requests. This kind of feels like the point where I should do it, but at the same time, security and basic logging and stuff is kind of more of a fundamental foundation thing that I think probably can be part of the initial round of setting up the project. Be considered part of just setting up the project. Some odd properties of field, even space dust goes around the field in theory, but until we get one in space, only time will tell. Yeah, it all comes down to the get a test for real out there. Which, I mean, one way or the other. I mean, that's kind of the thing that falls on, like, the way I see it, you know, your Blue Origins and your SpaceXs and stuff are good for the more routine stuff, like getting to orbit and things like that. And then that kind of frees up NASA to do, like, the exploratory stuff. Like, how do we go fast? How do we get, you know, beyond orbit? You know, how do we, you know, what's out there? What should we look at, and all those things. And then on top of that, you know, I just wish they could get more funding and stuff too, for that, because it's so super important, and yet we're so tied up in just freaking murdering each other to gather together and just kind of look outward. I guess that's a bigger society thing, right? Like, the one thing I've noticed, and I don't know how true this is. Maybe this is something that everybody says, as they get older, but it feels like to me we're less optimistic today than we were in like the 90s and late 80s. Like, and maybe that's just like, back in my day. And maybe that's not true. But it just feels that way. Like, even with like science fiction and stuff, like all our science fiction nowadays is so cynical and like dark and brooding. And it's like, it feels like we've lost our ability to be optimistic for the future, But that could just be me projecting. All right. I think, let's see, I do want to get this like UTP stuff done, but this, just getting the basic setup here has been such a pain that I kind of want to put this aside for right now and come back to it later. I might tie up some of these things off camera, but I'm actually kind of working more on the ingest side of things, trying to get the RTMP stuff together to a point where I can actually do a real test of it, which would be really cool. So that's still taking some time though, because I've run into a problem I didn't think I'd run into, which is a lot of the Adobe implementation stuff, like a lot of the Adobe documentation on ActionScript stuff, which is because Adobe did the RTMP stuff, and RTMP has like ActionScript's AMF3 and AMF0 stuff in it. All this documentation is like gone. It's no longer on, like, there's links here to like opensourceadobe.com, blah blah blah. And those don't exist anymore as far as I can tell, and they weren't archived on the Internet Archive either, or at least that I could find. I'll keep looking. But it's oof. Yeah, it's I'm gonna have to try to figure some of that out. What, are you not streaming to Glimesh at all anymore? Yeah, I'm not streaming to Glimesh at all anymore. It's not I was not it wasn't a falling out would require some kind of back and forth. There was more of a just nothing was happening. You know what I mean? Essentially, I had been doing a lot of work on features for Glimesh, and they were just kind of sitting out there, being relatively ignored. Just stop for progress. Yeah, it's. I mean, to put it mildly, there's pull requests out here that I opened November, and a lot of them even earlier than that, and they're just sitting there. There's code that was merged last month to the dev branch, and it's just sitting there. Like, it was merged March 1st, like the autocomplete for chat and banner gifs and stream share button and rating and all that stuff, and Mythos interactive stuff, and it's just sitting there. It's been ready to go for months, and it's sitting there. And you know, it's like it comes down to one of those things where you know, I complained in Discord when Hyla was coming in talking about how the community's just got to come together and make Limmish great, and I was like, dude, you haven't been around for a while. Let me let you in on a secret here. The community's been trying for a long time to make Limmish great, and every time they try, they get told that their input is not valued in one way or the other. Because a lot of that is, you know, even the mildest of criticisms gets just absolutely annihilated. And that's pretty bad. You know, like, you need to be able to incorporate some of that. You know, there's going to be criticisms, but they're criticisms with good intentions. They're not criticisms for, you know, with bad intentions. They're people just trying to help, and unfortunately you get kind of shit on when you do that. And then, you know, some of my complaining you know, Hyla went and started to do this whole new, you know, we're gonna have these internal teams that are doing stuff, and you know, the documentation and stuff for that was pretty good. I don't agree with a lot of the dev stuff. Like, they were limiting devs to 50 to 100 lines of code, which is basically, they only want people to contribute bug fixes at that point, and minor bug fixes at even that, you know. And it's pretty bad. I let them know about that. And then there's this idea that they keep saying they want Glimmers to be community driven, but then they won't let the community in on their plans, right? You know, it's like, we're going to have this internal team, and we're only going to talk amongst ourselves. We're not going to talk to the community. And it's like, that's not how you be community driven, right? There's this inability to talk to the community. You know, there's a lot of hype with no actual substance. You know, like, it's fine to come out and be like, I have no idea which way we want to go, so we're going to sit here in a live stream and come up with a roadmap, you know? They can't seem to be able to do that. It's like, it's a weird, you know, it's just weird. And it's just, you know, you end up in a situation where, like, you can't make anything happen, because, you know, there's that internal group that just wants to do their own thing, and they don't want to hear any other ways of doing it. They don't want to entertain that other people might know things. And then, you know, and that group barely uses the site. You know, Like I had over 2,000 hours streamed on the site, and a lot of that was me writing code for the site. And all my stuff was out there on Building Glimish. You know, like at any point, anyone could have jumped in and had comments and stuff, and feedback, and there was nothing. It was just crickets, right? I don't know how you expect people to work in that under that condition, you know? Yeah, I know you were there for a lot of it, and it's like, you know, there's accusations that, you know, all I cared about was features, and you know, those features, you know, are not things the community wanted. I'm like, well, I did them in front of the community. At any time, the community could have come in and said, yeah, we don't like this. And a lot of them did. And I incorporated different changes from the community. We had threads on Building Glimish, you know, like, it's not like I was hiding it, you know? It was there. So it just came to a point where it was like, I couldn't do anything to help them, right? Because I need feedback. I need to know that, you know, this is something that, this is direction that you want this site to go in, and this is how you want to do it. And I don't think they know what direction they want the site to go. I think they think that it's going to just be that the features don't matter, right? Or anyone could give you ideas. Look at all the stuff we talked about before. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Exactly. But there's a revisionist history going around that never happened, right? Like that I was just off doing my own thing, and I had I had my own ideas about what Glimish should be, and I was like, I was just doing what the community wanted, right? Like, I know how to make tools. The community needs tools to build their community up. Yeah. And other ideas and stuff about like, yeah, exactly, Techno. So it's just, it was one of those situations where it was just like, I think the problem was just ego. I think there was just an ego problem there. Like I think there was internally a feeling like I somehow was taking the site in a direction of my own choice. And they weren't on board with that. And there was also like, you know, just, and, you know, like I said, I need feedback. And there was just no feedback coming back. Right. I was just trying to make it more, I was trying to give streamers tools to grow their community. Right. Like that's the thing, right? It's like, you know, people go on there and they say, well, you know, I have 0 viewers. Like, what's Glimish doing for me? And it's like, well, you know, and then you get that common refrain of, well, you should be, you know, doing your own, you know, advertising stuff. It's like, well, yes, you should be leading your own advertising, but the site is not completely oblivious to that. It's not like, can't just wash its hands of it, right? Like the site has to be a site where people want to be and spend time. It has to have a community that people want to be a part of. It has to have tools that streamers can use to make good, exciting content, right? And so there's a lot of this kind of like washing their hands of it. It's like, well, it's not our problem. You know, it's that sounds like a you problem, right? It's like, maybe your content just sucks. You know, it's like, well, you know, sure, but that's not the be all and do all, right? to get stable and working nice, have a flow for enough. Yeah. And so I was just trying to add things to make, allow other streamers to promote other streamers, which in turn promotes the community and brings more people into the community, and people are helping each other out, and they're, it's increasing the, people see that stuff is happening. Like, it's not just dead in the water. Like, there's actual features being made, and they can be a part of it. And the other thing is too, like, a lot of people had mentioned that they wanted to be a part of the the Glimish. They wanted to have some input. They wanted to be able to be useful, but they didn't know how. And it's like, well, I know how to code. If you've got ideas, come into the stream and I'll do what I can do, right? I'll help you get your ideas out there, right? Because you don't necessarily have the skills to do it, but I have the skills that you need, and they just never kind of clicks with them. They never figured out that that's the idea. It's like it was a foreign concept entirely. And so, it just got to a point where I was like, look, everybody who had any kind of input on the site, who actually cared about the site, left. And I was sitting there, like, finishing up the rating feature. And yeah, sure, there were people watching, but like, I had no other, like, if I wanted to do other features, number one, I couldn't, because there were so many pending that I couldn't count on any kind of code being in there, right? Like, I couldn't build upon the features I already had because there were so many were waiting. There was so much code waiting. And two, I was starting to put out like, hey, what do you guys think about this? What do you guys think about that? And I was getting like zero response, because everybody who would be looking on building Glimish had left. They were just done. They were tired of being ignored, and I don't blame them. And so I ended up in a situation where, yeah, I would, if I had continued writing code for them, I would have been doing it completely in the dark. I would have been doing the exact same thing that they were accusing me of doing in the first place, which is doing it without any input from anybody, right? And so I was like, well, I can't continue this way. I have to leave. I have to go do my own thing, I guess. And when I did that, I also saw the reason I stopped streaming there, and the reason I even canceled, my my monthly, $25 thing, was they were starting to treat other people, like in the Discord. The Discord was getting like super hostile. Like, they were treating other people who had feedback that was very similar very unkindly. And I was just like, you know what? I can't support that anymore. It's not a thing that I should support. I'm not saying that anybody else shouldn't. I'm just saying that it was enough for me. Be like, nope, I'm done. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of what happened. It's unfortunate, because I really do think, even despite everything else, I really do think Glimish has so much potential. It's hamstrung by I've struggled to not say the word, but the word is very fitting. It's hamstrung by the clique that has formed inside of it. There are individuals inside of Glimish who are ego-driven and do not accept mild constructive criticism, well, and they are ultimately the ones that are causing it to not succeed through their inactions and through their inability to just be present. You know, like I mean, I saw the other day somebody was asking about hosting and rating. Like, hey, are we gonna get like rating and stuff? Like, dude, rating's been done for months. So I have no idea if you're ever gonna get rating, because it's been done. I worked on that 6 months ago. No, rating was the last thing I finished, but I finished it in February. February? When did I do the pull request? It should be out here. Closed. Streamers can raid other channels. I opened the pull request on February 26th. And it was merged March 1st. But yeah. I mean, hell, they had and this is the other thing that kind of ticked me off. The streaming setup page, that big yellow button that's on every single page that says click me, click me, click me, right? For new streamers coming to the platform. Every single link on that page was broken. And that's not the bad part, really. The bad part was all those links were fixed back in January, the beginning of January. And that just rolled out like a week ago. And all that time it's been freaking broken. Right? So anyone coming new to the platform would have no idea, like, how do I set up my OBS? I click this link and it sends me to a 404. Like, I'm like, it's just little stuff like that. It's like, makes a big difference, a big impact on the community. And they're like, yeah, we'll do it whenever. It's, yeah. You know what's more important? There's the waveguide shit. Because that's the stuff I want to work on. There's other stuff I don't want to work on. This other stuff I want to work on, the waveguide stuff. And so that got all the priority, right? And that's the thing. That's what I saw. I saw that happening with the new rules around coding stuff, where they're only allowing pull requests of a certain size. It's like, oh, I get it. So basically, you want pull requests to be all the stuff that you don't want to do, so you can go off and do what you want to do. Like, God forbid you go fix bugs and stuff. Like, hell, I found the freaking Twitter bug, right? Was there since almost the inception of the site. And it was listed as a, like, where, you know, every admin page that you go to, every settings page that you go to, would make a call out to Twitter unnecessarily, right? Needlessly make a call out to Twitter. And that was there for 2 years. I happened to just run across it one day because I didn't even know it was there. I happened to run across it one day when my test just failed randomly. When I was running a test, I was like, what the hell is this? And so I went and fixed that, right? That rolled out a couple weeks ago. But like, I fixed that, and that was like, what, you guys couldn't, like, it was literally like 3 or 4 lines of code, right, to fix. And it's like, you're telling me all this time you just let that go? You've been making all these unnecessary calls out to Twitter to the point where even at the very beginning 2 years ago, you actually had problems where people couldn't get to the settings page because Twitter was throttling you, right? And you just, it's just like, yeah, somebody else will take care of it. Like, what? How do you not care about the site that you've created? And that was what was boggling me the most. Is like, it just felt like they just don't care about the site that they've actually created. It's more like a hot rod in the garage, right? You just kind of tweaking it here and there, you care about it, but you're really just looking at like what kind of, you know, it's more of it's a status symbol, right? You know, not really a thing that you know, you might drive it around occasionally, but it's just a status thing. You know, it's not really a thing that you actually care about. Not your daily driver, you know. So that's kind of how all that went about. That's why I just stopped bothering with it entirely. Like I'm still on the Discord there. I still keep an eye on things, in case, you know, something I wrote broke or something like that. But I don't engage with it anymore. Sour tasting mouth about it. It was very, because of all the things for it to be. It was more of a personality thing than anything else, you know? Like, it's a hell of a thing to put in a lot of this time on your own and have all this stuff going, and then just be blocked by just people that just don't want to learn, you know? You know? And that's the problem with it, is that, like, I actually understand some of that, because, hey, I was a young coder at one point in time. I had, you know, I struggled with feedback, even constructive feedback, early on in my career, because it felt like people were attacking me and not my output. But I learned very early, I learned at some point, like, no, people aren't attacking me personally. They're just attacking, they're criticizing the stuff that I've created. And a lot of their criticisms have merit, you know? Some of them don't, some of them do, you know? And once you de-escalate, you stop, you separate yourself from the work, and you handle it dispassionately, then you start to really do some good things, because then you can start incorporating some good advice from a lot of people, you know? And now your code is not just as good as you can make it, it's as good as everybody can make it, you know? But, can I say? What can I say? There's only so much you can do sometimes. And this was definitely one of those cases where it was just like, you know, I did what I could. I wish that I had started doing, like, I had started working on things not on stream. Like the hosting and stuff I did not on stream. And I wish I had the idea to do all that stuff on stream earlier than I did. I think it certainly would have made more of an impact, I think. I don't know if any of it would have, I don't know if it would have still been held up, you know, for no reason, just sitting there as pull requests, but at least it would have had more, it would have been drawing the peak, the last peak that they had of people coming in, from Twitch and everything, trying out a new place, you know. But it is what it is. What can I say? Cool. Yeah, I think I'm gonna pack it up for today. I wanted to. I got at least part of the way through the security adapter stuff, which was more teeth pulling than I had anticipated it would be. So we got some of the user management stuff going, beginning on the time-based one-time authentication, the two-factor auth stuff. I still have to figure out cores and why it's not working. And externalized strings, honestly, of all the things, the externalized strings will probably be the easiest thing to integrate of all these things I have listed in progress right now. But we're still making some good progress. I'm not going to check anything in yet because I have a feeling it's just going to break the build. Well, no, actually, no, it'll probably actually work because no, it'll probably work. Like, I guess I can check it in. Let's do that. What do we got? Off mapper off. Next of security. Start of customized security authentication. Start of UOTP two-factor auth and user table mat probably will change the name of the table soon. I think that's about it. That's about it. Push all that out there, so that should be. Oh, that's the wrong browser again. That should be out in the old repository now. Your repositories. Good. All right. Yeah, it was just commit it, and I guess we'll see if the build passes or not in a second here. Oh, there it is. Okay, build passed. So good stuff. Yeah, so we're coming along. Like I said, I want to get to a point where I've got all like the basic frameworks in here, and then kind of not lock down main, but like make the main branch the stable branch, and then from that point on go with feature branches for all the features on top of it, and do pull requests and stuff like that. But I want to get to a point where like I've got all the basic stuff in there, like CSS and processing and all that stuff. So I'll get that in there. So that is good. Yeah, we did all have our fun while it lasted, I'll tell you that. Like I said, it was a good platform, but you know, we'll see what happens in the next year with it, because I don't know, financially they're probably not doing so hot, so because they're not very forthcoming anymore about what their finances are. Yeah, and I mean, I'm still doing the programming stream. I'm just doing it with, you know, on Saturdays here, just with my own kind of project here. I mean, I'm writing a streaming service thing, the jig. So we'll see. You know, I can still use all those comments and support and all that stuff as usual. But yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it for me for tonight. How are we doing over here? I am still making lots of stuff. Can I buy this thing now? What do I want? The pickaxe or the fishing rod? Oh, that requires level 100. I can't do that one. I guess it's only the pickaxe I can do because that requires level 100. Alright, look at that. Bam. Cool. Might as well get another bank slot too while I'm looking at it. All right, awesome. That's working. I guess I'll let this continue to do its thing because these bars actually sell for quite a lot of money. There's only 11.1 million there, which is what I already have. How about these? 0.1. Yeah. Let that go. The new township stuff has come through, and it's I'm still running into the freaking storage space nonsense constantly. But I am sort of getting it all worked out as I go here. Where's the that always have enough libraries there. Try to get the, where are we at? We're at 56% health. And 46% education. Yeah, the health just keeps going down. I've tried to, I don't know what else to build to help with the health. Nothing else here. This healing center, but I need 40. It's like everything needs 40,000 population. But no matter how many houses I build, I can't get more population to come in. They keep dying off so fast. I guess I could buy, what is that? 490 water? I guess that works. There we go. Or potions. Alright, well that's fine. That worked. Maybe that'll help. Maybe. Oh yeah, our population just jumped beyond where it was. Well, that's population XP. Is that not the full? How do I know how many people we can actually support? And my tax rate is 0, which is unfortunate. I could use that gold. How do I do this? The library's there. I mean, we got tons and tons of food, which is the other problem. Is I keep throwing food away because we got so much of it. 1 hour. Oh, storage space is all full. I'm gonna go here, and speaking of, throw some food out. Where's the all my warehouses and stuff? They all maxed out. Town hall. Oh, I need okay, I need 99. Oh, brings in the tax rate is the town hall, which I need 99 million gold for. I do not have. That's the other problem. Running out of gold. Alright, that's fine. Anyway, that's saved, and let's end it there because I am getting hungry. I want to go out and get some food and get rolling here. Thank you everyone so much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the new background music, at least for coding stuff. I'll use Pretzel Rocks for the the normal stuff, but at least for coding, it was nice to have like some more ambiance that kind of, you know, a little less in your face and all that stuff, a little more consistent. So that is good. All done with permission, obviously. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it for me, my friends. That'll do it for my streaming week here, I think. So I won't no streams tomorrow or Monday as per usual. Tuesday and Wednesday, I'll be back with some Assassin's Creed Chronicles. Continuing with that, and Thursday and Friday I'll be back with more Everspace 2, doing a lot of stuff in there. So, and then of course next Saturday afternoon, pretty sure, yeah, next Saturday I'll be back right here doing some more coding, and hopefully we'll get more progress. I mean, every week we've been making some kind of progress, so I'm pleased with that at least. Without further ado, thank you so much everyone for watching. I hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you, and I hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, see you, bye.
Make it so.